Good morning, everybody. We are back with another live session on Stock Dads TV. We got Google and Amazon showing some strength on earnings here. We got Meta, Microsoft showing some weakness. And we're going to let Aaron start diving into a market-wide outlook here. Aaron, go ahead and take it away, my friend.
Good morning. Try it again. Excuse me. Good morning, everybody. All right, Lyle. Good morning, Miss Tomika. Always a pleasure. Lar, Miss Amanda. Good morning, Lyle. Spring has finally started. Nice. Hopefully, it's warming up out west. Omar. Good morning. Looks kind of nice here today. Yesterday was yesterday's a day that makes you want to just leave. What do you got today? Let's see. No, I spoke too soon. It's 40 degrees, almost May. So big high of 53 tomorrow. Oh, mercy. Yeah, eventually we'll get there. RC, good morning. How's everybody doing? Hope everybody had a good night. Made it through FOMC. Intact. Everybody good. Hey, I just wanted to point out, I don't know if you guys saw the thing that Tyler did, but it was a really good point. He put the dynamic between me and Lady, and Lady's one of those that is just fantastic at the high volatility stuff, and that's her like realm that she lives in. When it comes to FOMC days, like she'll trade the afternoons and stuff, and I'm not one like that. As we were talking about yesterday, so it shows you the really good, I don't know if dichotomy is the right word, but the really good dynamic between finding, somebody that fits like what you're looking to do. So very good, Tyler. I thought that was very sharp. That you picked up on that. So that I thought that was very cool.
Yeah, thanks, Aaron. I think that is a good point. Like everybody's personality is a little bit different. Everything's, everybody does things differently and approaches the market in a different way, right? So I thought it was an interesting thing that you, in the same day, you guys just had different takes. I thought it was cool.
Yep, absolutely. And that's the thing, guys, is as we talk about in trading, there's no, as my grandma said, there's a million ways to skin a cat. And you got to find what works for you, and you don't need to be. That's the thing with what we do is you don't need to be great at everything, right? You find thing. That's the beauty of our business is it's so scalable, right? So you find what works for you, works for your personality, for your time availability, and all that, and you can just scale that. That again, that's the beauty of what we do is you can just scale everything, right? You don't need to be great at every single part of trading. I always tell the story that I've got a friend of mine, and he's made a career, a very good career, and all he does intraday is he targets 2 points on the ES. And it sounds really easy. Oh, I can get 2 points. Well, can you do it consistently? And can you control your risk? And can you blah, blah, blah. But that's all he does. And he could care less what the market does after that. But that's his shtick. Right? So finding, and then he can scale the hell out of it. Trust me, his 2 points, he does just fine. But that's the thing is we find what we're good at, and we can just scale that, right? So I thought that was very cool. I thought that was a dead on point about that. So I don't know if you guys saw that. Anyway, all right. Well, thank you, Jim Bob. Very good. Very good. I like that. Good morning, Jim Bob. All right. Jim Bob is on it this morning. All right, very cool. All right, and the thing is, like, to kind of put that to bed, is when you're finding what works for you, there there's enough opportunities that, the number one thing is your time availability, right? Um, not everybody can just sit behind the computer all day, right? We have life stuff and we have all that. Some people have have the morning available. Some people have the afternoon. Some people have pre-market. Some people, have overnight. So there's all these times. So understanding your time availability is a big deal, because if you're trying to force your trading and investing into time frames that fit someone else, right? It's going to cause obviously undue stress. You're going to be forcing things because you've got 15-minute break at work and you're checking and trying to force a trade into that time frame, and blah 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 blah. So finding what fits your availability, right? And there's plenty, right? I don't care if you have 10 minutes here, 10 minutes there, if you're available at this time or that time, or blah 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 blah. There's a strategy out there that'll work for you, right? It's just a matter of aligning yourself and finding the right path. And that's when other people come into play that have walked the path that you're walking now, that can kind of guide you with your time availability. That's one of the big things we've done in the mentorship program is, and this isn't a sales pitch for that, but what I'm saying is we've been able to dig into people's time availability and structure, strategies around people's different time availability. So yeah, so I just thought that was really good. That really clicked in my head to remind you guys all of that there's not one way to do this, right? So, don't try to force yourself, what it's square peg round hole. Don't try to force yourself into something that doesn't fit your life, right? So anyway, so I thought that was really cool. It kind of triggered all that. Okay. All right. Okay. All right, very good. What am I doing? All right, that was let's get started. Okay. News. All right, so we made it through FOMC. Okay. Now, before we get into news events for this morning, I want to show you guys this. So we've been after the FOMC announcement. Now remember, that was Powell's swan song, right? So Warsh is taking the reins. But after the press conference, our first rate cut's been pushed out to December of next year, of 27. Okay, we were starting to sneak it into here, September-ish, and no, now we're down. Now, what we're going to need to keep an eye on is this side of the ledger. This is the hikes, okay, or potential hikes. All right, and we'll keep an eye on and see if these guys start to rise over here. Now, obviously, a lot of economic data between now and then. So this will change, but as of right now, that's what the market's pricing in. Okay, so starting off on news here at 8:30 in about 5 minutes. We've got a whole mess of news here. All right. Now, the EC, oh my gosh, the ECB came out with their equivalent of FOMC. They kept rates the same. All right, but here at 8:30, advanced GDP, PCE, inflation print, employment cost index, on our normal unemployment claims, personal spending, personal income, all this is right at 8:30. So that's going to fling us around. All right, and that's pretty much it for our day. We do have Chicago PMI at 945. This used to be a little more heavily weighted than what it's being weighted now, but entering a brand new order at 945, probably not the best idea, because we will get a little blip right there. Okay, so there we go. And then going into tomorrow, right, we've got PMI, ISM manufacturing PMI at 10 a.m. That's really it. Kind of a quiet Friday. Okay. So that's what we got. That's what we got for news going in today. So we'll see here in just a few minutes. All right. All the fireworks go off. All right. So let's get to it after FOMC. Try this again. There we go. There we go. Okay. All right. Yes. Yeah. He just won't be the Fed chair, right? Warsh will be the figurehead out front. So we'll see. We will see. Okay. What am I doing? Miss Mary Rose, you threw me off my train of thought. Okay, VIX. There we go. All right. So after FOMC, we were talking about this yesterday. Okay, here's where we sit. We didn't break our shorts. All right, which is a big deal. So we are still, all right, and this is, I was talking to somebody late last night about, or yesterday afternoon about the trading view versus TOS deal. And guys, I don't really have a solution for you other than TOS is free. Okay. I shouldn't say free. You have to open a Schwab account, but you could open it with $5 and you'll get TOS free. Trading view, other than keep on them and keep asking to get them to stop rolling the VIX before it expires. I don't really have another solution for you. So just try to follow along with what the actual numbers are. But we still have these April 1st lows to lows. Okay, that's the extension short that we've been in for a while. And that's got targets down to 1710. Now, inside of this is what we were watching really close yesterday. Okay, inside of this, what's up, Nate? How are you? From the 23rd to our lows, right there. Okay, that's that next short setup. Thanks, Nate. He said, if you guys didn't see that, he watched both the current and the continuous. And remember, guys, the biggest thing when we're watching this is just we're identifying the trend, right? We're identifying the trend and we're identifying direction, right? And whichever gives you the best view of that, right, is what you're going to want to use. But there's that short setup from the 23rd to lows, right? We didn't break it. Now we're still struggling getting through this opposing move. We haven't broken this yet. Okay. So with FOMC, we thought, we would clear up one of these. We haven't quite yet. But this opposing move is absolutely under pressure. Okay. All right. Oh, very good, Jim Bob. So you opened it like 3 months ago to follow my chart. Okay. Yeah, I don't think it didn't cost you anything to open your Schwab account. Yeah. And that's the one thing about TOS. Now, what I'll tell you about TOS is the nicest way I can put it is it's a very robust platform. That's being kind. There is a learning curve, but everything's free, right? All the data, all the futures data, all the VIX data, all the bank data, it's all free. But yes, it's a robust platform. It's a nice way to put it. All right. So if you do any question you could possibly have on Thinkorswim, ask YouTube. Just type it in, and somebody's done a video on it. Okay, because it's not super user friendly. Okay. So here's this long we're watching to break, right? That's from our Tuesday 8 p.m. lows Eastern to Wednesday 2 p.m. highs. Yesterday 2 p.m. highs. Okay, and we haven't broken that yet. Now a break of that. Make sure I got that drawn right. 90. Don't need to round. Just subtract a tick. 85. Okay. If we break the 85s, then we've confirmed this resistance. Targets are down here. All right. And if we do break that, what we'll be looking for is this first pullback. okay, after we break that, okay? Or again, option 3, we like to call it, Nate, we just melt, okay? Yeah, TOS, you're 100% right, Amanda. TOS customer support's awesome. All you got to do is just click, like you can see on my, I don't know if you can see it, click little messages or support up here, type it in, and within a minute, you got somebody to talk to. Okay. All right. So if we see the VIX continuing to fall, right, that's going to, the indices are going to continue to grind higher. Now, as far as our gap fill, we would have to get some VIX strength here. We would have to squeeze out of this to trade in the direction of our gap fill. So we'll see. So we're still kind of pinned in between this short from highs and this long from lows, but overall, we are absolutely still in shorts on the VIX. Absolutely, we are. Okay. And that's what it looks like. All right. So any questions as to where we're sitting here? When you set, what's up, Luke? When you set an alert on TOS, do you set it at or below 1980? Oh, to watch for a break? Yes. Yeah, like if I'm gonna, what is this, 1990, 85, yeah. So I'd set it right here. This is exactly how I'll do it. Bang, bang. Just make sure this will always snap to the nearest nickel. So move it down 80, at or below, boom, boom, boom. Yep, there you go, done. Yep, now if it breaks, it tells me. Absolutely. All right, so there we go. So there's VIX. Now moving on to our financials. Our financials didn't break these longs. Okay, we are still in long setups on bank. All right, and that's from that April 1st highs to highs. All right, so we'll see where we open up here, but this is not broken. Okay, even though we had this pullback, right, this financial weakness. So we'll see if we open up and lift back off here. The indices are going to have a big tailwind, especially the YM and the Russells. Okay. Obviously, if we start falling through this, then there's going to be a big boat anchor on the indices. All right. But you can see a scenario if the VIX breaks this, right, starts falling, bank starts lifting off of its support, looks all bullish right there. Right. So we'll see. We'll see where we open up, what direction we get moving. Okay. Now onto the ES. So we're still in these massive longs. All right. And we're going to have to start paying attention to that profit target. Okay, these longs are from October 29th of last year, excuse me, to our highs April 17th of this year. And that's what you see right there. Okay, now inside of this, here's what we're watching. It's a little bit sloppy, but that's fine because the VIX wasn't, right? We know that. So here we go. From these last Thursday, lows to highs, boom, 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 little sloppy there, doesn't matter, right? It's the indices. The VIX wasn't. All right, now we're squeezing back to highs. Now that much larger profit target, guys, up here at 72.40. So we're going to pay attention if we do squeeze up into that. All right, so here's how we're going to look at this today. All right, obviously watch the VIX at that long, that counter trend long. But we're going to watch these 20 points. All right, here's the gap fill, 71, 70, 50. There's 10, there's 20. All right, so if we open outside of these 20 points, and if you were watching this morning, these 20 points were acting as support. Okay, right there. So if we open outside of these 20 points at 9:30, more than likely we might get a shallow pullback, maybe fill the half. But if we open outside of these 20, we have the probabilities to just lift off. Okay. So as we were talking about on the VIX, this little counter trend long, right? We need the, even if it breaks, right? We still need the VIX to squeeze higher to lead us down in the direction of the fill. Okay. And if that doesn't happen, it's just going to be a gap and go, gap up and go type day. All right. So that's how we're looking at this. And this is straight range, guys, right? Top of the range, bottom of the range, bounce off the bottom, ripping back to the top. All right. It's just a great big range. Okay. So let those 20 points be your guide, right? We open outside of them. right? Higher probabilities of trading away from the fill. If we do fall and open inside of these at 9:30, and the VIX has held that little counter trend long, right? Then we could fall into the fill as the VIX makes a pullback. Okay, you guys see where I'm getting at there? So this right here, let me go down to 15 minutes. We can see it better. This right here, if it defends, right, and squeezes back higher, and that's going to lead us down in the direction of the fill. Yeah, good question. Overnight lows to highs. Yeah, that could be there. Omar, I know exactly what you're talking about, right? This. Yeah, that could absolutely be there. I just don't have it drawn up. And the reason for that is because the VIX hasn't broken this long yet. So this draw is exactly what you were talking about, just inverse. And yeah, they're there, right? They're absolutely there. There's number one, right? Those could be there. I just don't have them drawn up because we haven't broken this yet. But yeah, absolutely. Yep. Because we wouldn't want to trust it, right? We wouldn't want to trust that if the VIX is squeezing higher and hasn't broken that short yet. If that makes sense. Got it? Cool, cool. Okay. All right. Any questions on the fill? Right? Any questions on the fill? Everybody good? All right. Okay, moving on to the NASDAQ. Now, it looks the same, right? Now, the NASDAQ has this massive long we're in. Okay, on the daily charts, that same thing, October 29th to April 7th, or no, this one's different. April 24th, a little bit different. Oh, that's right, remember, because the NASDAQ held one of these already. Right? Bang, target. That's what it is. Yeah, the NASDAQ's a little stronger. Okay, so there we go. Bing, bang, boom. This is sloppy and nasty in here. We've broken this long from lows. We pierced this short from highs, right? So just got to be careful here on the NASDAQ, right? Straight range. Now, what we're going to use are those 20 points. Okay, we're going to use the 20 points in that VIX long if you're trading the crackhead NASDAQ. We're going to use those 20 points in that VIX long. Okay, in the same mental whatever, same thing. All right, so we'll watch these 20 points. All right, definitely watch the ES. Always watch the ES if you're trading the NASDAQ. And then that counter trend long right here. All right, this pulls back or that lifts off, then there's the ES falling, and then the NASDAQ would follow. Okay, so there's not much technical in this mess. Okay, we're just gonna have to watch the ES. Let the ES and the VIX be your guide, as always. Okay, now on to the YM and the Russells. Check this out. Okay, so the YM, we have this extension long down here from, that's that April 1st, highs to highs, okay, that the VIX is using. Look at the YM, bam. All right, and then what happened? Well, funny you should ask, I'll tell you. We were in these short setups, right? And we're right there. So we are real close to breaking out on the YM, okay? So we will see going in. Remember, the YM and the Russells are the most sensitive to banks' movements, okay? So there we go, just absolute rip off that April 1st highs to highs. Okay, just inverse of the VIX, just awesome. Rip, 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 okay? So we'll see, watch bank when we open up, see what bank starts doing. All right, now the Russells, okay? Here's the Russells hanging on by a thread, but it's still hanging on. From April 10th to April 17th, that's that extension long. Extension long we've been in forever. All right, there's its target up there, haven't hit it, right? And we stick saved this 61.8, we haven't broken it yet. And here's your series on the way down. All right, there was our first pullback. That hit its target. Here's our next major move right here. All right, that's from the 28th. What's that? Tuesday, 8 p.m. to yesterday, 2 p.m. There's the pullback. Okay. Haven't hit this target yet. Let me get rid of this so it's not in the way for your eyeballs. There we go. That's easier to see. Okay. So there we're at, and you see the massive, right? Just smack, it's getting up there. All right. So we traded into it. Target's down here. We didn't get to the target because that 61.8 got bought. All right. So we'll watch if the Russell's breaks this series, right? We can start looking for pullbacks. All right. So if the Russell's breaks this series, we can start looking for pullbacks. And it's going to take bank strength to do it, right? Bank's at that long. So if we open up and bank starts to lift off, that's going to pull us through. And then we can start looking for pullbacks. Okay? All right. Any questions, VIX bank indices? Before we move forward. Oh, VIX is getting a little pop off that 61.8. Joe Mama, we hit that target from the 2020 draw, right? So we dropped the extension. Which instrument, Dario? I imagine you're talking about the YM, but I just want to clear it up. Oh, the Russells? Yeah. Let's see. Yep. Very good. Nice eye. Yep. We've hit that target. This massive weekly long. Bang, bang, boom. I assume that's what you're talking about. Yep. From that COVID low. All right. Right there. Yep. This could absolutely be here. We'll have to watch this. All right. That is from November 8th of 21. That could absolutely be there if we start making a larger pullback. That'd be juicy. That'd almost be a gift, right? If we do make that pullback. Nice eye, Joe Mama. Yep, there it is. There it is down there. Yep, very good. All right, cool, cool. Yep, you nailed it. All right, any other questions, guys? VIX bank indices? Anybody? Okay, moving on. All right, Bitcoin. Being awesome. All right, we traded into this. This is a halfway back on the year, right there. We traded into that. We broke this long. Right, this is what we were watching. Right, bing, bang, boom. We traded into resistance, broke the long setups. There's the first short. Right, haven't quite hit this target yet. Jury's still out on whether you want to call that hit. But we do have, if we're going to go down in a series, there's the next one right there. All right. And if that for some reason would break, we're going to call this target hit and just continue to trail these halfway backs. Okay. All right, but there we go. Just awesome, right? Just, yeah, just perfect. Perfect, perfect. Right? Halfway back in the year, smack, smack, broke the long, sell the short. Right, there we go. All right, ultimate targets are down at 33.5. Okay, so there's Bitcoin right now. All right, now moving on to crude oil. Okay, so crude oil, look at that. Bang, bang, boom. Okay, there's that extension break. So the reason that's a big deal is because it could give us our halfway back. All right, meaning this. All right, we traded in support, broke this short, bang, and now we can look for this long. Are we going to get down there? I would really, if we are going to go up, I'd start watching around that 38.2. Okay, so we'll see. We'll see. Obviously, still a lot of geopolitical stuff going on, right? So, you know, but this is what price is telling us now. All right, so it's up at 105. Let's look at Brent, which is the Strait of Hormuz stuff. All right, there we go. Look at that guy. All right, broke the short. So there's your long there. What's Brent? Brent's at 109. what do we say? Crude WTI is at 104. All right, so there we go. So we'll see. I mean, that's a lot to get through, but we still have targets at 133 on Brent and targets at 159 on crude oil. All right. VIX broke. Why didn't I get an alert? Oh, almost. Did these guys take off? Get a little pop. Oh yeah, I got a little pop, pop, pop. Bam, bam. Yeah, yeah. See what I'm talking about? Those 20 points, guys. You can see if we open outside of those, right, and the VIX is still falling, that's just a gap and go. That's a pro gap up and go. Okay, so there's crude oil. Obviously, we're looking at those, seeing if we can get those pullbacks, right, and then see where that puts us. I definitely wait on a level this big. You're definitely going to want to wait for like a 1 hour bar to close green and something along those lines, right? But again, a lot of geopolitical stuff still out there. Okay. All right. Now, gold and silver. Anybody see this? Anybody notice why I'm getting some voice inflection when I'm talking about gold and silver right now? Anybody know what happened? Pretty exciting stuff. All right. Lather, rinse, repeat. All right. There's our pullback. All right, this is what we were watching, okay? We've got these halfway back shorts from halfway back in the year, January 29th to lows, right? Right there. Couldn't get through them. Now, what we've been watching are these longs, okay? These longs here, all right, to see if these shorts could break them, and they didn't. All right. I sold my silver and bought a yacht? No, I did not. So go out so you can see this. There we go. There we go. All right, so this series leading us down, all right, into this long, okay? That next in that series broke, okay? Here's the lather, rinse, repeat. All right, pullback. It was actually right there. Pullback, it was a little sloppy. Number one. Number two, fall through the target, go into extensions, fall into support, extensions break. All right, bing, bang, boom. Pretty awesome. All right, now, so we're going to start watching for pullbacks here. All right, start watching for pullback. Sounded like yacht excited. No, I don't have a yacht. I don't even have a John boat. I am moving though, so I'm moving to a lake. So I gotta get on that. Get a little John boat or something. Putter around. All right. So there's our pullback on gold, right? That's what we're waiting on. Traditional, maybe two, fall through a target, go into extensions, run into support, extensions break, buy the pullback. All right. Just over and over. So that's what I'm watching on gold. Okay. All right. Same thing on silver. Now remember, silver had already broken that extension, but gold hadn't. Right? We were talking about that yesterday. And silver made that pullback again. But now, boom, we've broken it. Okay, with gold. So gonna start, and this is right at a massive support level, guys. This is just beauty. All right. So we'll see. Now we could Fred Flintstone down here a while, getting his car going, right? Chopping around, building up enough fuel to lift off. But there's our first pullback right there. There's our first pullback, right? And when you look at this on a larger time frame, right? Bounced off that massive long, and there's that pullback, right? So exciting stuff. All right, exciting stuff. So there we go. All right, so that's what we're watching on. That's what we're watching on both gold and silver. Is that first pullback off of lows? Okay. Now a lot of this has to do with the dollar. Did you guys see what happened? All right. So here is DXY. Now this isn't the dollar; it's a bunch of different currencies, but there is a short above us. But what we're watching are these April 17th, okay, lows to highs. All right, that's the 23rd. All right, we got smacked straight down into this support again. Now we haven't broken this support yet. So this rising would be dollar strength. This continuing to fall would be dollar weakness. Now, When you get to the actual currencies, look at the dollar yen. Okay, that's something, huh? All right. So it broke that extension long that we were in. Remember this extension long that we were in forever? That broke. Okay, so we've come halfway back. And you can see the massive reaction we're having right here. So that halfway back is that's halfway back in the year, January 27th to our highs. Halfway back in the year right there. All right, so we'll have to watch, because if that breaks, you can see the amount of orders just sitting there, right? Bam. If that breaks and we continue to fall, that's dollar weakness. That's going to send the precious metals running higher, right? That's going to put a big tailwind behind the precious metals. This is what helped the precious metals break those shorts. Okay, that's what we needed, was this dollar weakness. Okay, so we'll see. We're sitting down there now. Onto the euro. Okay, look at the euro. Now, it's been in this series of shorts, right? Okay, we've been talking about this. It's been perfect. Okay, well, look, this last short that we were in, bang, boom, target, perfect, right? Rip off the target, same anchor, new low, pierced. Okay, so we're watching for this right there. All right, so we lift off of that, dollar weakness. All right, if we, for some reason, we do fall through this, dollar strength. All right, but you can see it's starting to defend right now. Okay, right there. All right, pretty awesome. All this dollar weakness, even this much dollar weakness, going to put a big tailwind behind the precious metals and to some extent the indices. Okay, so there's your euro right there. All right, bing, bang, boom. VIX is falling. Would we trade 85s? Yeah, haven't quite broken it yet. All right, but if this continues to fall like this, option 3, right, it just melts. You're not going to want to stand in front of the indices, right? You're not going to want to try to pick a top. Okay. All right, good deal. All right, any questions? Any questions? See all those turnarounds happening? Nothing happens fast in our markets, right? When you're looking at these big moves, it's like turning the Titanic around. But see all those, see the tide shifting, right, with the dollar and our precious metals? We'll see if they can lift off here. Thank you, Edward. You're very welcome, sir. Any other questions, guys? Everybody good? All right, we're pretty much in the clear for news. We do have those 945 Chicago PMI, so that's a little blip, but shouldn't toss us around too much. Okay? All right. Thanks, everybody. You guys are the best. Tyler, you good? Tyler? Thanks, Joe Mama. All right, well, I'm going to jump off, guys. If you got any questions, let me know. All right, talk to you guys soon. See y'all. All right, bye.
Oh, geez, Aaron must have just wrapped up. I just walked away 2 seconds ago thinking he'd still be on for a few minutes. Anywho, thank you, Aaron. Good stuff as always. We have Zach. We got Zach. I know it's Thursday, but we got Zach coming on the trade live with us. Zach Austin Trades. I know Zach's been crushing this year. I think he's already got like $250K in profit from payouts this year. So it's always a good session when Zach's on. I'm trying to think if there's something else I was going to say, but I can't remember. I don't know. I can't remember. We got Zach coming on for live trading. We will be back in just a few minutes. We got 34 minutes till market open. I did catch a nice little pre-market trade on the Funded Tradeify account. It's always nice having a little win coming into the day and able to take things a little bit slower. So we'll see you guys all in here in just a few minutes. Make sure you get your mind right, get your game plan ready to go, and let's lock in and make some monies. Be right back. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, Frank the Tank. We are back for some live trading. We got 6 minutes to market open here, so we're hopping on a little later than we normally do with Zach here. That's on me. But Zach, anything quickly that you're keeping an eye on here at market open?
Yeah, I got a couple names. Pretty much everything on my screen I'm watching here. A couple post earnings names in Amazon gapping to new all time highs. I was hopeful for a retest of 265. Not sure if it happened, so I'm just going to watch price action. I'll be targeting like the overnight highs 277s and then like 280s. Carvana, kind of same concept, looking for a dip and pop back above the opening print off like 418s. Um, Really open to like 480s, but I don't think it happens today. And a couple other names I'm watching for a swing. Nebius, if we get above 154 sevens. And I'm watching NVTS, which I really like. This name had a really big impulse coming down with a nice kind of hammer candle gapping over the highs. So when the hourly flips here on NVTS, I really like that one. And then I'm watching LWLG, similar kind of setup here. Slow retracing back down to the daily EMAs. If we get a nice pop, the weekly 8 will be tagged through time. So I'm looking for an hourly flip and or above 12.8 for longs in that one. But overall, we're getting a big gap here in the markets. NQ is getting a pretty solid gap. It is off the overnight highs by like over 100 points. Definitely a very volatile overnight, right? We rallied about 400 points, retraced pretty much the entire thing, and then rallied 300 points. So, I'm expecting more volatility today. I don't really know what I want to see as far as futures go because of the volatility. So I think I'll just wait for the first 5 minutes to get tagged, maybe some type of dip and rip it back above the opening print. But I'll be patient there. Actually got a lot of trades last night in futures, so I finished up a couple accounts there. So um, that was good. And so we'll see what happens today with gold and silver. I'm watching for a short. I want to see us pop a little bit more on gold, ideally up to this daily 8 EMA for a short around 46.70s. We also have a level up there. So I'd be looking for shorts there. Or if we dip first, I'd be open to longs around 46.13s. So I'm kind of open to anything today. Someone said they want me to do Oscar really quickly. I'll do Oscar really
Yeah, I
quick.
was gonna see. I didn't know if you saw it or not.
This one is earnings next week. So, I mean, again, I can give you my analysis, but earnings can change that instantly, right? This name has been in a base for literally 2 years. So, this name kind of somewhat sort of reminds me of ARM, the fact that it's been going sideways for so long. I do think that this does have a possibility to run back to the highs here if the earnings are good. We did have, and this is why I think this time might be different, right? We flipped the monthly here in February 2024 sideways. We actually flipped the monthly down in March and then completely reversed that back up here in April. So obviously the monthly ends today, barring a vicious sell-off, it will flip to the upside. And this is a name that has been on my watch. I've just been waiting for the monthly close. So this is something that maybe you want to swing through earnings very light because it does have the potential above like 24s to go back to the all-time highs. This is one of those names similar to ARM that's been sideways for a long time that could see that expansion. So definitely not a bad one. We shall see, but we're about to open up here in like 2 minutes.
Mm-hmm. Zach, you mentioned Amazon gapping in all-time highs. We also have Google, so a big gap in all-time highs,
Yeah.
both off of earnings. But then we have Meta week after earnings. Microsoft also week has like a higher spike. The Microsoft post earnings chart is a lot more wicky.
Yeah.
In both
So
directions.
I think Microsoft, I'm not going to touch it, but I think this one might be a long, like near open at this daily 20 EMA. Because if you look at this weekly, it's been kind of going sideways. So I can definitely see some type of like dip and rip.
Mm-hmm.
I want to think the lows are in for Microsoft here. And one thing that I was watching, and this is why I think that, and again, I could be wrong, this is just my thesis. The monthly chart is, as of now, looking like it's going to flip to the downside, right? If we rally up to 434s, it would salvage the monthly. So again, that would be a very big move intraday, like a $20-$25 intraday move. I do see a scenario where it happens, which is basically like the overnight highs. I'm not sure if it does happen, but might be worth a watch near open just to see.
Good morning, Ethan. Good morning.
again, that daily 20 is pretty much right there. Again, it's going to look a little funky, but you know, it's a very long shot type of idea, but who knows? I've seen crazier.
Crazier things have happened.
Yep.
All right, here. We're gearing up for open here. About 20 seconds.
Yes. Ma'am. So at open, I'll be watching Microsoft, Amazon, Carvana. NVTS probably needs a little bit more. LWLG needs a little bit more. Let's see.
So there's Chicago PMI at 945.
Carvana, a little bit of a dipper. Carvana is getting a little bit of a fade too. Thank you, dip.
Initial push down here on the indices.
This NVTS I really like. Amazon, if it gets down to level, I'd really like. Carvana needs back above the opening print. It's still a little skeptical, but
Bro, is that a smoke detector that needs its batteries replaced going
no,
off?
those are my alerts.
Okay. See, sounds like a smoke detector.
I know.
That's hilarious.
So NQ with a pretty harsh bar there, about 90 points, pretty much straight down.
Yeah, that's a pretty harsh bar for sure.
Amazon down. Carvana. Nebus, I'm watching for above the open print. Carvana maybe too far gone. NVTS also is looking very good, but I'm gonna wait for the hourly to flip.
What do you think, Zach? Should we give away a free Tradeify account today at the end of live trading?
Yeah, not bad. Where's Futures Live Trading? Futures Live Trading is here.
It's right here.
We are
I'm
here.
watching futures. I'm watching futures today.
I watch futures every day, believe it or not.
Yeah. Yeah, Rob. I'm watching. Keep an eye on NQ.
I kind of want to YOLO some Microsoft 425 calls. They're $2. If it gets to the overnight highs, they're at 6x at least. Again, it's a very skeptical idea, but I kind of like it. I might throw a couple on just to say I did it.
A little M-Soft.
Like a handful, maybe like 10 of them or so.
I don't know if my levels are up to date on Microsoft.
Big dip. Wow. Large.
Mhm. Honestly, I'd like to see NQ trade into 27,311 ideally, and then see what we can do from there.
I have a level right here.
Yeah, I have 344. I think I have 311 too.
Yep. 311 is like the 330 level from yesterday.
Okay.
I mean, this is a big drop.
Yeah, it's at like
the
the
at
end of the
open
day.
right there. Boom.
Yeah, we do. Yeah, it's a big drop. But yeah, we do have the level here at 44.75. 20.
ES dropped about 20. ES hourly still hasn't flipped, so
It's such a weird. It's a very weird looking gap. I guess depending on how you have your chart settings, because the ES futures close with that like ugly hourly red bar hammer upper wick, but the SPY closed with like a stronger green bar. So it's obviously we had the FOMC, so some weird action at the end of the day. We got that crazy spike down, which was like the close, and then we got rallied all the way back up.
Yeah, it's a harsh sell here. I do want to see if we can get to that like gap Philly area, like 27,300. 27, yeah. Well, it's just a 5-minute 8, 27,297 or so.
Yeah, on SPY it's like 711.61. We do have QQQ did fill the gap.
Amazon's just about filling the gap there as well. I am watching Amazon long, so Carvana probably no dice. Still watching Microsoft too. Again, that's just kind of like the Hail Mary idea. I don't know if that one really works, to be honest with you, but I kind of want to take some of these Microsofts, guys. See what the cons are looking like here. All right, guys, I got 10 of the Microsoft 425s at 1.5. It's a lot of for tomorrow expiration. If we get to the overnight highs, those things would be great.
Bank, the Dow was pretty strong pre-market. It's holding up well. R2Y seeing a nice bounce right now too. Bank is showing some strength. Very different looking picture between the Dow, R2Y, and then NQ and ES right now.
Sure. Yeah, this is very harsh on NQ, dropping almost 200 points in 8 minutes. Pretty much filled that gap on NASDAQ. Weird that SPY hasn't, though.
The lion sleeps tonight. I don't know why that's in my head. In the jungle, the mighty jungle, the lion sleeps tonight. Chicago PMI at 9:45 here. Still only 9 minutes into the day, so no need to rush anything. Part of me wants to try to bottom tick NQ right now, but I'm gonna be patient.
Oof, Amazon really just flushed. It's going all the way to the daily 8 here. Probably 258. So.
Oh wow, yeah. Microsoft ugly. Meta still ugly. Google starting to see a pullback as well. So yeah, the tech name's not looking so hot right now.
Carvana with a giant flush, 420 to 380.
I saw you. Were you talking about shorting that in the chat the other day? Were you just joking? After it had like a crazy
I don't
rally.
No, that was car.
Oh, okay. I don't know why every time I hear car, the ticker makes me think it's Carvana.
Yeah, no, that's car.
What is the Carvana? Is it CVNA?
CVNA, yeah.
Wow, that is a wild bar. Do they have earnings too?
Yep. Carvana did, yep. All right, so we pretty much just faded the entire thing plus some now, which is pretty wild.
What's oil doing? I had some tunes going yesterday. Maybe that's the move. Get the vibes going. SPY did fill its gap now.
Yeah, just also tested a little level there, I believe, 7168.
Yeah, ES, yep, 7168.
598. Really harsh sell though, like way harder. I mean, I was expecting some type of pullback, but I mean, that's 220 points in the Nasdaq in like 12 minutes. It's literally a 1% pullback, pretty much.
Always bad at the peace signs when I'm trying to do these Instagram stories.
Amazon just tagged that daily 8. So we are getting that bounce here. Amazon was Well, the thing is, I like Amazon, but I'm already in this Microsoft Lotto, and I took an Nvidia Lotto too, so I don't want to just like start throwing away like lottos and all the tech names. So I'm probably gonna just hold off. Wow, Carvana really faded.
If we get back over 27,344s here on the NQ, and maybe a little 2-minute pullback into it that retest it from above again.
That plus ES over 7184s, I think, would be nice. At least
Mm-hmm.
near, you don't even have to target the opening print. I mean, you could obviously, but like there's enough room in between where you don't need to.
Mm-hmm. Slight FOMO because I almost decided to throw a little starter position on it, like the bottom tick on NQ there, and didn't, but all good. If the music's too loud, by the way, let me know.
I don't think I even hear it.
Okay.
Oh, I hear it a little bit again.
Yeah, I turn it up a little bit.
NVTS is ripping, but I need to wait for the hourly close.
So 272. It's almost 100-point bounce off these lows already. We got ES into the 7184s that we were talking about.
Yeah.
Watching for an entry. Wolf new all-time high.
Damn.
Frank said.
Oh no, not the all time. I was about to freak out. Definitely not the bar you want to see there.
No.
That is real ugly. Wow. Apple's today actually. Forgot.
Yeah, Apple's today after the bell.
Yeah, I really like this NVTS, but I want to wait. I need to wait for the hourly close, even if I miss it. It's fine. Cat, dude, cat had a big move. Wow, cat kept ripping. Sheesh, no entry, but damn, 850.
52 guy.
Small, tiny dip over the opening print, but really nothing.
Let me try a little MNQ here. I'm gonna try some. Alright, I'm in some MNQ at 27,331.75. We'll see here. Bigger move down. I don't know if we get the immediate bounce here, but VIX is sort of fully erased its initial move up.
What's your entry?
27,331. Basically right where we're at right now.
Yeah. I think I'll join you into strength above like 45s or so.
Yeah, I definitely feel like I could be a little early here, or I mean, we could keep moving down, obviously.
I want to think that, I mean, obviously I don't know, but I would like to think hopefully we're done moving down after that crazy dip, but we also could go sideways for a bit more maybe.
Looks like I'm probably gonna get
Microsoft
quick stop
is
here.
not looking good. And Q made new lows. ES did not, right?
Mm-hmm. I actually did not get stopped out. I had my stop at 57.75. So we almost got stopped out, and we probably will here in a second.
I kind of like this area to hold, but ES needs to also.
Yeah, I just got stopped. Gonna do me dirty on the flip it and reverse it.
I'm not trying to be that guy, but I'm going to look for a long here.
No, I'm willing to take another stab.
I'm watching this 2 minute because the 2 minute may flip down. If it doesn't, which we'll know the next 2 minute bar, I'll look to take entry around like 300 or so. So I'm gonna take it if we do take it, it would be around like 300 to 305s most likely. Because this 2 minute is gonna try to potentially flip down. If it can hold and not, then I'll take it. And then the stops will be underneath. So call it entry around 300. Stops will be at like 50. Or the 2 minute did just flip down now, so we need to completely reverse it above 300. So ES is trying to hold, but also it hasn't flipped the hourly yet. So I'm gonna set, I think, a limit. I don't want to do that. It's a little knife catchy.
Yeah. And Q still pushing lower here.
Yeah. The smaller time frames aren't as good. The higher time frames are still potentially supporting, but I want to wait at least until it's not just a free fall.
Chat, we are going to give away a 150K Tradeify Select account towards the end of the live trading session today. This will be our final day on YouTube this week. We're not on YouTube on Fridays, and we'll be back on Monday.
ES just came down. This is like where we need to hold. If we don't hold here, we're probably going to just like potentially retrace the entire move from yesterday. So part of me does want to take a stab, like taking a kind of bet that we're gonna not do that.
It's interesting. We're still melting here, but VIX isn't really doing much. Well, I am holding up pretty decent. NQ almost made it to its pre-market low here.
Guys, I took a stab there on NQ at 20. I'm using a 50-point stop. It's a little risky here. But we got dang near close that 200 level. Pretty much a straight sell here. Again, we're right at these hourly EMAs. If this does not hold, we're going to fail. So I'm taking a stab here, the 50-point stop.
I join you. We have ES at the end of the day level.
This is, and here's the thing. I like taking entries where it's like if it fails, it's going to really fail because I know I will like to be wrong. Could we dip? Okay, we're already popping a little bit here. Could we dip down more? Yes, but we're already up decently there. Okay, we already just popped 40 points almost there. I was trying to draw my little tool thing. I'm going to look to sell some at 60 if I can. I have an order at 60 to sell some. It actually did get up to 60 before, but I honestly didn't even have my order and it popped so quickly.
Yeah, it was a nice timing on the entry for sure.
Okay, there we go. Got a fill there at 60.
I did try a little with you, by the way, so we're riding.
I honestly tried to get filled lower on NQ, but I market ordered and I was looking to get it right to kind of get back above like 15, 14.
VIX isn't, for how much we're melting here, the VIX isn't really giving any sort of pop, which makes you think you could start to see a little bit of a rally
So this
back
5
up.
minute here is going to potentially. So what I was looking at before with the 2 minute, the 2 minute was trying to hold. Now it's the 5 minute. So if the 5 minute does flip down, my target really is back up here. But if the 5 minute does flip down, I'm going to exit this right away. If it fails to do so, I'm going to keep holding. I'm going to try to take a couple more off at 80. And then I'm going to try to hold the rest. There we go. Very, very nice. 60 points there. I'm going to look for 310 will be my exit. And I'll look to reevaluate after that.
Frank, yeah, you could be right there. But now to me it looks like it's starting to flip, right? We're now starting, like, I think if it breaks, I'm watching the VIX futures, so I think if it breaks like 19.80, like in my opinion, I'm not sure what Aaron's criteria for like holding a long are, how he would put it. But like if we break this low, I personally, based off of like, I'm just looking at the 5 minute chart on the VIX, but I wouldn't say the 5 minute chart is still holding along if we break 19.8. Nice entry on that one there, Zach.
For sure, for sure.
Thanks for helping me make up for the
Yeah.
initial early entry here.
Yeah, and again, listen, this could still reverse, but like I said, we were at a spot where if it doesn't reverse there, we're probably going to reverse the whole move. And I was banking that we weren't going to do that, right? Reverse the entire thing. Again, it still could bounce and then still could reverse. But, at this point, I wasn't expecting, it to drop 600 points with no bounce. I mean, listen, at this point here, this is a great trade already, got 60 points and then, 40 points. So, no, even if this gets stopped at even, it's like a net like 45, 50 point winner. I'm hoping to close the last few here at 310 for 90 points. And then again, from there, the reason why I'm doing that is because the 2 minute still hasn't flipped up. So I'm hoping for a little bit more of a push. Then it may dip, consolidate, allow the 2 minute to flip. And then for me, I kind of caught my move, right? I caught the piece I want to catch. Now I will reevaluate longs back above 44s. And for me, that just comes to my daily plan where I said, I'm just going to be, keeping the longs that I take short lived. Again, this is still a lot of points. We're up 65, 70 points, but I'm talking about like time wise. I'm gonna move my trail stop as well, guys, to 45. Probably should not get down there. So trail stops at 45. It says 46, but we'll live with it. kind of what I was afraid of. This 2 minute doing this. The 5 minute should still be valid, but it was more afraid of the two. Where again, I could have just exited in theory, re-entered, but I don't have much left, so I'm just trying to close the runners out.
See, this 2 minute can just do a quick flip.
You flip that up, get a nice little pop. I mean, truthfully, like this is set up to like be bottom, but like I'd be more mad at myself if I didn't sell and then re-enter than trying to hold for the big one and then getting squashed. So, again, if I miss out on the 30 points in between, it is what it is. Or if I get stopped out, whatever it is, because I know, okay, you can see it's probably going to now stop us out potentially. And this just goes down to my like overall big picture thesis about trading futures that at least for me, it just doesn't make sense to hold when there's potentially so many different entries you can get. We just went from plus 70 points to plus 30 points in a blink.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So, you can always enter, exit, re-enter. That's why, again, for me, options and futures are pretty different. It's very funny, but options, I'm looking for that home run. I'm not necessarily looking for the base hits. For futures, I am. And I think that's because with options, it's leverage. So
Yeah, Frank, we can't get that new low, man.
might stop us out. Let's see. Yep. All right. Stop remaining. All right, and there we go, back at level.
Mm-hmm.
Almost tempted for a re-entry here, but I don't think I'm gonna.
Torn on what I want to do.
So the problem is if we do not have a strong hourly close, and this is exactly like my thesis, right? Was that if we bounce, if we're gonna fade, we're gonna get a bounce first, which is why I took the trade. However, if we get a weak hourly close, like basically an hourly close underneath 227 250s, then now we're at risk for flipping the hourly or not flipping the hourly up, and then the day is, in my opinion, ruined because I'm not going to short this. Because I mean, you have to imagine at least. Oops, you have to imagine at least for me, the bulk of this move's already done, right? We've already now dropped in 45 minutes from 665s down to 658s, right? Over 1% drop in 30 minutes or whatever we had. So I don't really want to short it. And like if we get underneath yesterday low, the daily 8 is right there as support. And then like if that breaks, we have a lot of room, but at that point we'd be like down 1.5% from the highs, and I'm not really interested in trying to take that short. We are getting a decent bounce here. Can the 5 minutes flip? So we need to flip down, or we need to flip back up. Excuse me. Again, the trade that I took was I got pretty much as I could out of it. I mean, maybe hypothetically I could have closed at the highs there for 80 points. My take profit was a little bit higher. Oh well, the last 2 micros. And now for me, no longs until above 344s.
I actually had my stop a little bit. We have like the overnight open right there, a couple points below, so it missed my stop by a good tick. So I'm still holding this personally.
Dow's actually pretty strong here.
Yeah, it has been. It's been trucking.
I honestly like that. I did say the Dow does have room to 49 640s or so. I just didn't know if it would have the juice. The hourly still hasn't even flipped yet as well. So if the hourly can. We're hanging on by a thread here.
Yeah. Looks like now I will get stopped. Yep. Yeah, I just got stopped there. Very opposite pictures on the Dow and.
Yeah, right. All right. And now, if we close low like this kind of like ruins the day for me personally. where now I don't really know what to do because the hourly still be pointed down. I mean, we still have 13 minutes to rally back, but you know, it's
Yeah, at this point, miss the short. I'm not going to short it
yeah,
down here.
yeah.
We'll see. We got 13 minutes. We'll see what happens in the next 13.
See if they maybe get a failure to go lower of some sort here. The 5 and the 5 already flipped. The 15's in jeopardy on NQ. We do not get a strong close. Getting a pretty decent, or trying to get a failure to go lower.
Yes, CS looks a little bit better than NQ though.
The YM looks better than everything.
Yeah, YM looks good.
I'm watching with the Dow for a pullback entry. All right, we're getting that failure to go lower that we need.
Trying to keep us interested.
I kind of just want to close my eyes and long the Dow, though. I'm not gonna lie. This thing is just pushing.
It is.
My luck, I long the Dow and then it rotates back to.
Yeah, that's when it also. Yeah, that's when it all rotates. That does scare me when I do stuff like that.
Yeah. Still gonna just keep watching. I think I'm gonna wait for the hourly close now.
Well, good stuff, Frank. Leave some money on the table for the rest of us, why don't you?
Nice little bouncy. ES is looking better. Dow's still looking the best.
Mm-hmm.
Just chugging, man. Damn. I don't know if the hourly close, because if we can kind of bottom around here, I mean, like, even back up to 344 is 100 points, but now again above 344 is another 100 plus points. And this is exactly what I wrote in the daily plan. I mean, I'm hoping everybody reads the daily plan, but I'll just read it real quick. I said NQ and ES are both getting large gaps. A dip sideways should be expected near open. I'm willing to buy the first 5-minute 8 EMA tag as long as it's not too violent, which ended up working. From there, I want to see us back over the opening print. If the first bar of the day is a harsh down bar, all longs must be short-lived, right? And again, that is just like me understanding how the market typically works. And there's plenty of opportunities for longs, but again, if you didn't get out and you didn't manage them properly, then you probably did not make money. I don't really think shorts were easy. Also, I mean, I guess like really the only thing you could have taken was like a retest. Like, but even then, I personally probably wouldn't have taken any shorts. Yeah, yeah, I don't think so. You could have maybe made the case, but
NQ 2-minute flipping downside potential again. Just broke the previous 5-minute low. And bank is ripping, which makes sense with the Dow. Yeah, I'm looking at that, Frank. But NASDAQ still wants to be NASDAQ standing.
if the Dow can get a decent pullback, I would consider longing it, but I don't really know what I'd want to see out of it. And also, like, the other thing is that if the Dow does pull back, that might mean that NQ and ES are like really flushing, and I don't know if I would want to long that.
Mm-hmm.
So
We got 2 minutes 30 seconds to the first hourly close.
yeah. We're still defending the level.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, I think we need a little bit stronger of a close. This is going to be very close. We can watch the hourly candle here. It doesn't have to flip here. It just would be much, much, much more ideal. If it just can flip here, which would probably need to close above like 25.30s, which isn't the craziest ask in the next minute and a half to rally 15 to 20 points. But let's see.
Hi guys, when we say fun kitchen,
Can be very close. Let's see. Trying to salvage it. Let's see. Let's see. You can see the hourly flipping.
Yeah.
Basically, need to close above 30, 30 to 35. If we get it, we flip. If not, we'll need
Yeah.
more time.
10 seconds here. Yeah, VIX broke the low.
All right. Well, it technically did not flip, of course. So now this hourly candle has to confirm it. And of course, the Dow made new highs as NQ is doing all that. So we can see now this hourly is pointed up. However, again, the hourly hasn't closed, so we don't have the confirmation. I would like to think that we hold, considering how hard of a sell we already had. 27,490 down to 160. 330 points. But we shall see. The Dow, I would say at this point, probably no entry, because it's the R to R has now shifted a good bit. Even if it pulls back to 49,500, it's from there. It's not terrible, but at that point, it might be weak. We'll see. So for the 5-minute flips, when we get back above VWAP, I'm going to take the long. The Dow, unfortunately, is gone. So
She gone.
all right, so I'd say 5-minute flip back up and above VWAP. We can look to potentially long, so call that 80, 90, call it 90. You probably a 50, 60 point stop from there. Because again, if the 5-minute does flip up, it probably shouldn't flip back down again. Very nasty bar there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, 5-minute looks ugly. Just when ES was starting to make a little progress.
Yeah, I just think it's gonna. So ES still hasn't flipped the hourly to the upside, so I think it's very feasible we post like an hourly inside bar, and then maybe next candle or the one after that we try to flip. But I've seen this now many times where we have these really harsh bars in the morning after a gap up, especially that first 5-minute candle. And then we spent most of the day under the opening print. So, that's why I really was hoping that NQ, I was hoping could flip that hourly, but this candle will do it if it's going to do it. So, I'm going to just expect more chop. I am watching gold and silver still for something. But, I'll just wait and see.
Risk intimacy.
I'm watching gold short here as well, guys. Carvana getting an interesting little bounce here. I don't think I'll touch it, but I'm watching this short. RR is not great. Targeting 46.13s. It's not the best. It has to break yeah, it's probably not the best. It probably works, but it's not the best RR, honestly.
I don't really see anything I want to do.
Yeah, I think it's going to be more chop. I'm still watching this. I don't know what I exactly want to see. I think it may just play out. The R is just not great. I'm thinking if it gets to 18, you can put a break-even stop, but then at that point, it could easily get wicked out. Might just not be worth it. Probably not. Yeah, I think unless the 5-minute flips up, it's just going to be. I mean, if someone's interested in shorting, there's the possibility for a short, but I don't like it. As far as NQ and ES, I am watching gold. I think that the GC works. I just don't really think it's one of those that will just work. The RR doesn't make sense. Kind of like an option contract working, but I should say a trade working, but the option contracts don't make sense.
Damn, meta down almost 10%.
Damn, really, it's still selling.
It's actually a little balanced, but I just was looking at.
Yeah, overall.
So it's, I mean, still at 9.5%, even with this little bounce.
Yeah, nasty.
Nvidia's down 4%, 5%.
You could have yeeted a couple
yeah,
times.
Nvidia's really ugly.
Yeah, everything is gross right now. Oh, I was gonna say NQ you could have yeeted a couple times off level, but now it's fading and now it's trying to recover. And there goes the Dow. Pretty much straight up. That's like nearly as straight up as an index can go, I would say, from that 49,400 break. It honestly gave a decent retest too. I just wasn't really watching at that time. Is that the time I took the NQ trade? No, I took the NQ before. Yeah, so I basically exited the NQ trade as the Dow gave the good retest. Because that's pretty much level tag to me. If we get off by like 5-10 points on something like the Dow, that's close enough for me. I mean, and even let's just say 2 impulse candles would give you an easy 150 points. So you could have held for, let's just say, maybe like 120. Honestly, guys, I hate to say it. This is the spot to swing long NVIDIA.
Ooh.
Because here's the thing, right? The daily is at the 20. We haven't tagged the 20 since we flipped back to the upside. the weekly as of now, again, we still have the rest of today and tomorrow, but the weekly as of now is looking like a false breakout. So you take your bet. Do you think we're going to have a false breakout? Or do you think we're going to rally back? I don't know. I'm going to look at contracts. They're honestly not bad at all. Really
Yeah.
not. We're getting a decent bounce here. I'm still eyeing this. I still like the idea. And again, this would be more like typical, get some, buy some time. And you can actually see now, NQ just put in biggest green bar of the, or about to put the biggest green bar in. Dow is finally pulling back a bit.
Yeah, a little rotation going on.
I think I'm gonna take some of this NVIDIA, guys. I like it. Tight stops pretty tight. Basically, daily close under today's low. It's gonna be no good. So I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take the May 15th. I like the 210 calls. I like the 210 calls. I do. Let's see if I can get a fill. I got the May 15th 210 calls at 3.
Frank, I see what you're saying about the 27,200 because yeah, that end of the day bar yesterday. But yeah, when you look at it in QQQ, like it would still be valid at that area. But I get what you're saying, Frank, in terms of the marking of the levels.
Alrighty. Man, whoa, big jump on NQ. Wow. Jeez. Damn.
Mm-hmm. 15-minute starting to look like maybe we're putting in a potential bottom.
Yeah, possibly. For sure. What's it called? Sorry. Well, ES went back to the level, and Q has to flip still.
Watching my back like got nothing left. And Q into 27,300 here. Let's see, rejected here last time.
RTY is not yesterday high.
I'll be right back, sir.
Gotcha. Nice little push there on the last end. So we're trying to get this 5-minute flip back up. So if it can, and we can get back over 44s, I'm looking to go long. Could you have taken it from the lows? Yes, but I already got my piece. So I didn't want to give it back unless super, super confident. We're trying to push here. Let's see if we can. Because again, we still have the possibility of getting back over the opening print and rallying, right? Because, we faded so hard where, again, to the opening print would be the first piece. So let's just say we get an entry around 60s, let's call it, or even like 65, 70. We could target front running the opening print by a fair margin. Let's call it even like 50s would be the target, right? So we're front running it by 40 points. At that point, probably shouldn't dip down here. So, again, depending on where the EMA is looking, all that, you could probably use like a 50, 60 point stop with at least 75, 80 point target. Let's just say even the first trim comes the previous day high, 45, 50 points, right? Definitely feasible. All right, so we're trying to get that break over. Let's see if we can do it, guys. ES actually is a lot closer to the opening print, so we probably have to monitor that and see how that looks. So we're kind of getting to the point where I want an entry. So now if we can get a pause here, little pullback entry, that would be great. So
nice push on NQ here, huh? For everything.
Something like that. Again, that'll be on like the smaller time frames, but something of that nature, allowing the 5-minute EMA to catch up a bit. If that can catch up to like 25 to 30s, I think we could take a comfortable entry there at the 50-point stop. the dribble. Bounce, bounce, dribble, boom. Be right back. I'm just going to go to the bathroom.
You're good. All right, Chad, I'm going to start getting the giveaway wheel. Or do we want Zach to pick a number? We'll Zach pick a number. We'll give away the Tradify 150K select account whenever Zach gets back. Oh, dang, Frank, I just saw your... The only reason I went with number instead of wheel is because I don't really know exactly who's all here to put their name on the wheel. And anybody who wants to participate can just toss a number into the chat.
Oh, okay. So I guess we're not pulling back, huh?
Nope, nope. Mm-mm.
Okay. Lovely.
You think it's a delay on you sending it? It might be a delay on me seeing it, to be honest with you, Frank. I just have too many things up on mine.
Excuse me.
So, Zach, I want you, God bless you. God bless you.
Yeah.
I want you to pick a number 1 through 100 in your head. Don't say it out loud.
Okay. There's only one answer, but okay. Go ahead.
Oh, boy. Now, this is for a giveaway here.
Oh,
We're
okay.
gonna give away the Tradify 150 select account. So 1 through 100. Whoever gets the closest to it without going over.
People should know this. Actually, maybe not.
Okay.
Thank you, Frank.
Interesting, because there are 2 numbers behind your head right now. It's like, oh, could it be inspired by one of those? But there's 2 of them. You know what I'm saying?
No,
see, 16 or 42. Yeah, see,
Neither of those. Neither of those.
Neither of
the only
those.
hint. Neither of those. So you have a 1 out of 98 chance.
All right, chat. Well, 1 out of 100. Drop your guess. You only get 1 guess, chat. 1 guess. 1 guess. I'm gonna share this with the Discord too.
Let's see some guesses. 54, 24, 22, 50, 10, 60. I'm doing like a juice cleanse, like / cleanse my body because my stomach has been bothering me.
Mm-hmm.
So literally yesterday for dinner, I ate a giant stalk of broccoli, a tomato, and like 8 carrots. It's quite crazy.
So is that like, are you like, is that like self-diagnosed? Like, I just need to eat lighter things, or like, did you get like ask somebody like?
Yeah, I mean, like I'm just like big into health, and I know like to clean your body out, you need like greens typically, you know. I also had seaweed salad, which I probably shouldn't have, but hoping it just clears me out. We might get a little bit of a pullback here, but this 5-minute bar is not looking ideal. The 2-minute is kind of following the path potentially, but the 5-minute may need some more time. $2.42. Any other guesses, guys?
I just posted in the main chat on the Discord, so we'll give it a few minutes here since it's only 11:04.
Well, actually, a good question is what if 2 people get it right?
I might have an extra coupon code somewhere. Ooh. 2 people nail it on the money. Tell him, Callan. Hold on. So Frank said another Yankee. He said Frank said 22, and then he switched to 2. He wants 22 back. So you go. Oh, so somebody else said 22. Okay. All right. So Frank, you want 22? Is that your final answer? I need a final answer, Frank. I got a couple extra coupons, so we'll be all right. If we have 2 people on the same number, now watch everybody guesses 22 and it's correct. And
should I rig it and just say the answer?
No, not yet.
Guys can't rig it. Sorry.
Tony Baloney just said, "Wait for me" in the chat, in the Discord chat. All right, we got people coming. Let's go. We got more guesses. All right, Frank's going 22. All right, so we got 2 22s.
21,
I'm 22.
77. Also, another question is, I'm just using hypotheticals here, right? What if, my number is, well, I don't even want to say. Well, I'll use a bigger number. What if my number is 200 and then someone guesses 201 and someone guesses 199?
That's another. Maybe we do some sort of like playoff where it's like, okay, then it's just those 2.
Do it again.
We do it again. Maybe we narrow the number window a little bit, and then we do it again. I think maybe that's what we do.
All right.
So chat, some of you guys got here a little late. We will say that we mentioned these numbers behind Zach's head of 42 and 16. I saw a couple people guess 42. What I will say to you is Zach did claim. Now he could be lying. He could be playing psychological games here. I have no idea. But Zach did say that's not it. I'm just saying that he could be lying. He might not be. We don't know. But those of you who guessed 42, I'm going to give you one chance. If you decide you do want to switch it based off of Zach saying, I see Forrest has got a 42.
It could be those numbers, though.
It could be. Yeah, for sure. I have no idea. Yash, looks like Yash has got a 42.
I could be lying because I don't want.
So Yash, you get one guess here. You switch into 66 from 42?
I think.
No, wait, those are 2 different people, I think.
Oh, wait,
No, that is the same person. Yeah. Well, we just jinxed each other there. So, all right, Yash is 66. Okay. All right.
Okay. This also is setting up, by the way. I don't want to miss this. It just tagged the 2-minute 8. I would prefer it to go sideways for another 5 minutes or so. It may not wait, but if it just rips, it's fine. 12, 11.
Yeah, I was away from my desk whenever you were talking about this, but based off of your drawing and where the level is, I kind of agree with you.
Yeah.
So you got multiple 66s here now.
Interesting. 66, 33, 77. What's the cutoff here that you're gonna rip it?
Let's see here. Which we give it maybe another 2 minutes, 11:10. I'm just letting some. I mean, it seems we got some Discord people still rolling in. But give another couple of minutes. You think?
Yeah, let's do 11:10 because the people should be in here.
Okay, I like it.
Reward the people who watch, right?
True. Very true. Good point. All right, we'll go 11:10. 11:10 is the cutoff. Zach will announce the number. If you don't have your guess in by then, don't count.
Yeah, I'm trying to like somewhat lock in as well.
Yeah, on the trade.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I do want to see a little bit deeper of a pullback. I would say if it retests, doesn't even have to retest 44, just sideways a bit longer. Just because the 5-minute 8 is still a little bit far. So it could go all the way to 25s by definition and still work. So I would like it to catch up a little bit more.
I'm rooting for you, Frank. I'm rooting for you, buddy. Kyle, we're guessing a number
1 through 100.
Yeah, 1 through 100. Whoever gets the closest, you can go over. You can go over. So if it's numbers 50 and you guys 51, you could be the closest still. We decided if there is a tie or two people who are both like one number away, it'll be a little overtime action. So drop a number 1 through 100 here. Zach's got one for us. We got a coupon code for a free Tradeify 150K select account. As always, remember, you can use code StockDads. I think code SD might work as well, but code StockDads or code SD to get the best discount of your Tradeify funded accounts. MTV, Matt, yeah. Agreed. I think Zach and I both would like a little maybe pull back into 344, 27,344 on the NASDAQ. All right, it's 11:10, Zach. Go ahead and reveal the number.
All right. Well, I'm reading chat, and we did have two people very, very close at 67.
At 67?
Excuse me, 66. But the answer is 67. That's my lucky number.
67. Wow. So
we do have a winner.
We do have a winner. Is JRA, are they the first one to drop 67?
I think they're the only one I was looking out for. I saw 266.
I see 360. Oh, no. Yash just put it in twice. 64?
67 is my lucky number.
Just double checking. I didn't miss one. Shadow versus 60. It looks like we got one winner, JRA.
Yeah. See,
67.
What after that 6-7 meme got all big, people would message me all the time like, bro, 6-7. Like, no. That's been my thing for years.
Dude, it's so funny. So funny you said, because I'm not having deja vu. We've definitely done this on this stream before, and even I forgot that it was because I remember that conversation about you, the meme.
Yeah, there you go.
Now you gotta do the 6-7. JRA, what is Frank remembers it now too. I know, Frank. What the heck? Let's go, fellow mastermind. Shouts out, JRA. What's your Discord name?
It's the same thing.
It's just the same name and number.
Just 66. Get a 100K select account.
Okay, cool. I'm gonna send you a Discord DM, JRA, with the coupon code. Just send it to you, brother. Good luck. Get paid out from a dog.
probably going to give it 10 to 15 minutes, see if this plays out. If it doesn't play out, I'm just going to probably hop off. Honestly, I may even... debating if I want to set a limit order at 44s. In case we get a quick spike down. Let's see, 45s in hypotheticals. 45. $27,346. So I'm gonna set the limit long there at 27,346. If it doesn't get hit on this 5-minute candle, I'm gonna change it because we can see already the 5-minute 8 catching up. However, if the 5-minute comes straight down, this will kind of retreat a little bit and hopefully you can get that tag. It's a pretty sizable dip, but I'm hoping to snipe an entry. If it doesn't happen on this bar or like the start of the next candle right away, then it's likely we go sideways for a bit longer before a potential move up. So I'm going to give this a shot to potentially play out. Hopefully it does. If not, I'll adjust.
What's up?
I thought my computer just died or something.
Do you use like a laptop or a MacBook or something?
So I use what I'm on right now is like a regular, just like Lenovo laptop that does like my streaming and stuff. But then I also have one monitor here, iMac over here, and then a laptop on my left, which is mostly just for like Trade of 8 and Discord.
Yeah. Okay. RTY, look at that bad boy go. Decided to pick up the strength.
Yeah. RTY is another one that has room, above the previous day high, but it's like, do we have the juice? The Dow clearly did. Got pretty much that level, almost exactly.
Yeah, Google went full V pattern. It's back at its pre-market high here. Yeah.
Oh, wow. Very nice. Very nice.
Microsoft and Meta still weak though.
Give me a little dippy.
we will be signing off here in the next few minutes. Taking a little lunch break. Then we'll have Aaron coming back on for the nooner. I'm not 100% sure on Ticker Tinder this afternoon yet or not. I reached out to Duke to see his availability. Haven't heard back yet. I know he's on that West Coast time.
Yeah, I'm probably going to cancel this order here, guys. And I'm just going to wait.
Yeah, I still like the idea, but kind of a tight flag here near the.
Yeah, now
upper end.
I don't think, again, I didn't think it was going to necessarily retest level. I was hoping, but now you can see, you know, we went from the 5 and 8 at 25 to then it was at like 45, and it was at like 55, and now it's at like 65. So, you know, the more we consolidate, which again is good, the higher we get to, by the 8 EMA, which again is good, but we probably won't get our 45 entry. So I'm still optimistic for an entry, and I'll be stalking for an entry, but I don't think that hits. So.
Bro, check this out. An 800.5.
What was that?
All right. I think I'm just going to wait. So I'll call it here, Tyler.
Sounds good, man. I'm down with that. We'll continue to watch, see if we get a little pullback into this 27, 344, 345 area.
Yeah.
And then if we do make a decision from there. But we'll just wait
Yeah.
for now. For lunch break, we'll be back at 12 o'clock with the nooner. Congrats, JRA, on the trade of 550K account. Hope you do well with it. Get yourself a payout. And we'll see you guys at 12 o'clock here with Aaron. Peace out, Zach. Thanks for coming on, man. Peace. Good afternoon, everybody. We are back with the Nooner, the man, the myth, the legend, our leader, our beloved, Sir Aaron Ellis. What's up, Aaron?
Thank you for that. I appreciate that.
I
Sorry
felt like
about
you
the-
needed, you needed your flowers. We need the respect needs to be had
Appreciate
around
that.
here. You know, our fearless leader.
Sorry about your penguins.
It's tough. It's tough. I honestly think the problem is what happened was they had those like 2 weeks towards the end of the season where it didn't really matter. They were sitting some guys, resting guys, and kind of lost that flow. And the Flyers had to battle all the way to get in. So like game one, they were ready to go. We were a little slow. Let them get out to that 3-0 lead, and that's what cost us. But it is what it is. It's a bummer. But yeah, appreciate it.
All right. Always next year.
That's right. We'll see. See if we can keep these 3 old guys together another year. We'll see.
That's right. That's right. All right. Miss Domenico, what's up? What's up? Mr. Wealth, how are you? All right, let's let everybody give about 30 seconds here to get in. Hope you guys had a good morning. Everybody doing good? Really nice response to day after FOMC. We will take it. We will take it. All right. Make sure you say hi, guys, because I can't see all of you. Okay. All right. So let's get started. All right. So starting off on the VIX, right? So here's where we are. This was awesome. Remember, this is VX, the VIX futures, not VIX, the index. This leads the U.S. indices. Runs inverse, right? VIX up, indices down, VIX down, indices up. All right, so here's our trend. All right, so our April 1st lows to lows. Okay, that's what we've been in, right? Right there. Now, yesterday, all right, we broke our old contract lows, new contract highs, right? That's the one area that we have to watch out for once a month, right? That was right there. That broke, okay? And then from that, all right, we were looking for that next short setup. And then we ran into FOMC, right? There was number one, here was number two. We ran into FOMC and that never broke, okay? So maintaining our downtrend, which is maintaining the uptrend on the indices. All right, and then this is exactly what we were watching this morning. Okay, remember this morning we had traded into this resistance, right? And then we had these longs from lows, and those broke, right? We needed to trade the 90, 85. We needed to trade the 80s. We traded the 80s to the tick right there. Okay, that was at 8:45 this morning. As soon as we did that, right, this is what we were talking about, that in order to fill the gap, we were going to have to make this pullback. Okay, and it just played out perfectly. So there was your gap fill, right? We squeezed right into our next short on the VIX, didn't break. 34 round up to 35 at a tick, 40. We didn't break the 40s. That was our gap fill, and then bam, right? Just perfect. Okay, so we're in a great trend here. All right, perfect. All right, now we still, I mean, depending on how you want to look at this, 60s, we traded 65. So yeah, so we can consider that target hit right there. Okay, so we've got two levels now that could continue this downtrend. All right. Number one would be our trading hours only highs to lows. And then obviously if that would break, we can come all the way halfway back. All right. So we are absolutely, you can see how much work the VIX would have to do to break trend, right? And we've got targets down at 1895, call it. Okay. And then we've got our larger targets way down here at 1705. Okay, so just a great trend. Very, very technical. Very, very technical. All right. So any questions on where we are? That just played out so nice this morning. All right, great gap fill. If you guys got that gap fill, that was about as perfect as you can get. Any questions, anybody? Anybody? Just awesome trend here. Awesome, awesome. Love it when it's being technical like this. All right, everybody good? No questions on where we are? Got that, Miss Tomika? Nice. Okay. All right, moving on. Okay, so look at bank. Like, just awesome, right? Like, just how technical these markets are being. There's that extension long, right? That's that April 1st highs to highs. We dropped right back into that this morning and ripped away from it, right? There's your financial strength. So VIX weakness, bank strength, bullish for the indices, right? Absolutely. So we're still going to have to get through this short from highs, right? Now that we made a new low down here. Okay, we still got to get through that. But just remember, bank's not traded, right? It's just an index, doesn't have to be technical. But just a fantastic rip off of our support levels. Just awesome, right? We kind of wish every day was as technical as today. Okay, so there we go. As long as bank keeps grinding higher, we're going to maintain that tailwind, right, on the indices. Okay, if we do see bank roll over and make a pullback, doesn't mean the indices are going to go down. It just means that they're going to lose the tailwind that they have. It'll be harder for them to go up. Okay, that's going to irritate me. Get up there. There we go. All right, so just like that, I almost don't even want to draw this up because we're in longs. But very cool, very cool. Good job, bank. All right, so when we take a look at the ES, all right, we're still in these massive, massive daily longs down here. Okay, and what we've been watching, just inverse of the VIX, right? This is a perfect example of how the indices can be sloppy. Okay, because the VIX isn't. All right, so there was that pullback, right, on the indices. This right here, this pullback from these 7 a.m. or is that 2 a.m. 2 a.m. Eastern lows to highs. All right, there's those 2 a.m. Eastern, and this was it at the time, highs to lows right there. Okay, so that was the gap fill, and then the lift off on the indices. So right there, that was that squeeze on the VIX into its next resistance level, right? Right there, filled the gap, VIX hit resistance, and we've lifted off. You can see how the indices can be sloppy, little tricks and traps of the ES right here. Okay, and there's our liftoff. So pretty awesome. We did open outside of those 20, right? Those 20 points, but we had the trade set up leading us into the fill. So pretty cool, right? Congrats if you got at least like the half on this. Was still an awesome trade, right? And then the interesting thing about this, there wasn't much of a reload this morning, was there? Into the full, like we got the half. Normally we'll see a profit taking off the half into a reload and then to the full. That one just kept on trucking. All right. So there we go. So now that more aggressive draw on the VIX, those trading hours only, lows to highs, that's what we can watch here on the indices. Okay. That right there is this. All right. We can't even get through previous lows right now. The VIX is really weak. But if we do see us starting to pull back, we can watch that. Right. And see that when you get this tight too, like to break this more aggressive intraday draw, right? That's going to put us right at that resistance. So I'm going to even remove that and just look at the 38.2 here. Okay, just like that. Okay, look at it like that, a little bit easier. All right, so if we see this squeeze, the indices will make pullbacks. We get here, roll back over. There's your indice long right there. All right, option 3, obviously, or option 3, we melt, right? VIX just melts down, indices just grind higher. Okay, we'll see. We don't really know yet. All right. Okay. All right, so there we go. Pretty awesome, right? Well, we're talking about this morning too. We're going to have to start paying attention here to this potential profit target above us. Now, this extension long on the indices is drawn from October 29th to April 17th, right there. We're going to have to start paying attention to that profit target. All right, see if we can get through these highs. And that profit target's up here at 72.40. Right, so eventually we're going to have to pay attention to that. All right. So there we go. Nothing really to do right here at this very moment, but that's what we're looking at if we can get a pullback. All right, and just let the VIX be your guide. Oh, there we go. All right, let the VIX be your guide. Pretty awesome, right? So there's another new high. All right, just grinding higher. Okay, NASDAQ. Okay, same thing. It's got this massive extension long. Now, NASDAQ's been a little bit more sloppy. It's more range bound here, right? We've broken longs from lows, right? And then we turned around and we broke shorts from highs. That tells us a range, right? So all we're going to look at the NASDAQ here, bottom of the range, and then top of the range. Okay, want to stay out of the middle, right? So there's the NASDAQ, a little bit weaker. All right, so let the VIX be your guide, right? If the VIX keeps falling and keeps staying weak, we're just gonna keep grinding higher. Okay. All right, now YM and the Russells. Okay, remember they're the most sensitive to bank. Look at those two. Well, you'll see the other one in a second. Most sensitive to bank bouncing off of that extension long. Look at the YM and the Russells. Just rip. Right, here's that extension long that we traded into this morning from April 1st, from those April 1st highs to highs, right there. Yes, bam, right? Just gorgeous, right? Look at that thing. All right, no doubt about that. All right, so we'll watch bank. If bank makes a pullback, right, we can coordinate that with the pullback on the YM. Okay. Yeah, awesome. I just love when you guys can see all the things I talk about like come to fruition. There's the Russells, just straight up with bank. Okay. And how about that stick safe? Talking about that this morning, these highs on April 10th to that high on April 17th, right? Here was that support level, right there. Bang, no target, right? Haven't hit the target. So we just leave the draw right where it is. Bang, bang, and then bam. So cool, right? So again, as long as bank keeps going up, the Russells and the YM are going to have a massive tailwind behind them. Okay, so here's those longs from lows. We'll watch that in coordination with bank. All right. So just fantastic for you guys to see that. Just that bank rip, just no pullbacks on the YM and the Russells. Those guys are just straight up with bank right here. Okay. Awesome. All right. Questions, VIX bank indices? Anybody? Everybody good? We are bullish. We got dollar weakness. We got bank strength. We've got VIX weakness. Everybody playing nicely in the sandbox together. Everybody good? Okay. All right, cool. All right, Bitcoin. Still hold on to these short setups. And I'll show you this on spot too. All right, and I'll show you this on spot. This is halfway back on the year. Right there. All right. Jim Bob. When do you know if it's a good idea to try for the 11:15 profit taking? We've got to have a setup, Jim Bob. So when we go into the 11:15, 11:30 profit taking, we got to make sure we had a setup, especially on the VIX that leads us there. Like the VIX is either at support or resistance, right? Something that gives us a reason for that profit taking. Usually it coincides. The math in our markets is insane how things work out. But usually there's a setup around that time frame that we need to pay attention to. Yep. So it's not just a blindly 11:15, buy or sell the profit taking, right? We want something to give us a reason to do it. Yep. Absolutely. Absolutely. It's not as reliable. Like if the ES gap fill, well, it kind of staggers like this. The highest participated on trade in all of our markets is the half gap fill. The second highest participated on trade is the gap fill. The third is the 11:15, 11:30 profit taking, right? So, but we need something to direct us in that direction, if that makes sense. All right. Okay. All right. So Bitcoin, there's that halfway back on the year up there. We broke longs. There was our first short setup. Right. Didn't quite hit this target yet. So we're watching the 6 a.m. Wednesday highs to lows. Right there. Haven't broken yet. If they do, we're just going to make a larger pullback. All right. Everything's in shorts. Okay. On Bitcoin, everything's in shorts. So we haven't gotten through there yet. We do start to roll over, look for the same thing, look for the opposing move to break, then there'll be another pullback, et cetera, et cetera. All right. The question is going to be, if we do hold these and we get down to this larger target, because this is a worker bee move, right, inside of the larger one, to get us to these targets, if we're going to go through them or if we're going to bounce and make another larger pullback. So we'll see. We'll see when we get down there. Behaving like almost like a risk asset today. All right. So there's Bitcoin sitting right in that short setup. All right. So let's move over to spot. I'm going to pull up. There we go. All right. Okay, so here's spot. So when we look at it on that larger time frame, okay, we're still targeting 33.5 or September, October 6th. Okay, whichever comes first. All right. So there's those halfway back in the year. January 12th, to our lows right there. Okay, leading us down. All right. And then when you zoom in, it's just same as the futures markets. All right. So there is that big short. And then there's the first pullback right there. And here's our worker bee move right there. All right. So there we go. Okay, targets below. All right, targets below us. Path of least resistance is down. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. All right. Stocks. What would you guys like to see? Anybody? Anybody? Any stocks? Anyone? Anyone? No. No earnings from yesterday. Had apparently all of the NASDAQ reporting last night. Okay. Easy day. All right, no stocks. All right. Oh, wait, got something. There we go. Forrest, what's up, buddy? All right, Hood. Yep. Let's look at that. All right, there's our earnings. That broke that. Let's see where we are here. All right, so we're in our half off sale. We know that right there. All right, so earnings kind of jacked up that long. So now we're just right back at support, right? So what you can watch for here, if you're trying to get long, obviously you can throw a dart right at this support and hope it holds. But you can zoom in here if you want. Right? Usually, when we have a big gap down, we're going to look low before the breakdown to lows, right? That would be the first thing you'd want to look for, Forrest, right? Is a break of that, and then see if you can get a pullback, right? That'd be your first clue that something could be a change in, right? That's how I would look at that. If I was looking to get long, right, I'd at least let that break, at least, right? If you really want to be safe, you'd let the halfway back break, right? But if we can break this before we get here, break that, and then make a little pullback and hold, that could change your trend right there. All right. But yeah, earnings kind of jacked up that next long. So, yep. So that's how I'd look at it, man. That's how I'd look at it. All right. Got it for us? Cool. Ken, what's up? WFC. Yeah, let's look at that. Have we looked at that before? Oh, Wells Fargo. Yeah, we've looked at that. At some point, I thought we did. Well, maybe we didn't. All right. New pretty chart. Let's see. Not that. There we go. You can see the extension, right? Pull back right here. Blew through a target, went into an extension right there. See it? Target, blew through. So that's what we're going to watch right here. And that's really close. I have to get out the magnet for that. There we go. There we go. Okay, so that actually did break, and then it held a short. Okay, so this extension long did pierce. It absolutely did. All right. And then we held that short setup. As soon as that long broke, right, we held this short. See that? As soon as that extension broke, we held that short. So the most aggressive we could get here, now that that extension broke, let's see, into, I think this broke too. Our next stair step. Nope, there you go. There's your next stair step. So that didn't break. All right, so that is from, what's this low? April 7th of last year. All right, April 7th of last year to January 6th of this year. All right, right there. All right. So that's where you're at. You're kind of stuck here. When do they got earnings? Oh, 75 days. Okay, so that's where you are, Ken, right there. So we ripped off this stair step long. We did break the extension, but we've still got this short up here. Okay, so now you're getting pinned right in there. Zoom in, see if we can't make sense of this. No, I mean, it looks like it's pinned even tighter. Look, bam, right there. And right there, you're pinned even tighter. So there you go. It's like the Russian nesting dolls, right? So that's where you are. Right there, still in larger longs, absolutely, still in larger longs. Path of least resistance would be up, right? So this could be an entry, right? You'll just, you're speculating that it's going to get through these short setups, okay? But you're pinned even tighter in here, okay? And that's pretty obvious right there, right? So obviously, based on broad market help, we'd want the broad markets to continue higher, and that's going to help. And obviously, this is a banking stock. So the more broad market help we get, the better. All right, so you're kind of pinned right there, but that, I mean, that's still, you could still classify that as a long right there. All right. Okay. Welcome, Ken. Alex, Home Depot. Yep. This was getting battered the other day. Yeah, it's still kind of getting battered. All right. There we go. We still got room, right? We still got room for that pullback. All right, so that pullback is down here at this 280 level. Okay, and that's from that low on March 23rd of 2020 to our highs December of 21. There's your pullback, never hit that target. In a series of longs, the longs broke. Now we're in a series of shorts, leading us back down to support. All right, and there's your next one right there. So that hasn't failed. That's still very valid, right? Targets are down here at 295. Now, this being a Dow stock, if the Dow or the YM continues to rally, right, we could see a squeeze on this, but not a whole lot right there. Just getting hammered, right? So there's not a whole lot of structure to that. There's really not a whole lot of structure to that. I mean, depending on your time horizon, right? If you're looking for a longer term position, you're gonna have to wait. But there's not much here, man. All right, that'd be the next short setup somewhere in this area to continue to roll us down. All right, so just not a whole lot there yet. Not a whole lot there yet. The buying point would be when we continue down in these shorts, probably get here, fall through, go into extension breaks, and look for a long down there. All right, so not quite yet. Not quite yet. All right. Yeah, I have to wait, Alex. Yep. Yeah, I would for sure. All right. Anybody else? Almost just hit my elbow there, Tyler. Okay.
Man, oh man, I wish.
Almost. I felt myself start to go back. That's what I was like, oh. All right. Okay. Let's do it here. There we go. All right. VIX still falling, bank still rising. Okay, crude oil. That's not crude oil. Crude oil's hiding back here. There we go. All right, so there's crude oil making this pullback. Now, this is what we've been watching, right? This is what we've been looking for. Okay, not there yet. There's a long below us, and then we broke this short, right? That was the big deal. This is CL, which is WTI. So we broke that short. So there's that next long setup. So we'll see. Obviously, still a lot of geopolitical stuff going on. But there we go. We're watching this, especially when it gets down into these 98.72 area. Okay, at that 38.2. So we'll see. We'll see. Not quite there yet. All right. Now, gold and silver, big deal, right? This is what happened overnight. Okay, we have this larger long setup below us, but we were in these extension shorts. All right. Come on. From our highs, boom, boom, boom. Then we went through the target. Here's our extension short. Get down there. Oh my gosh. There we go. All right, now that extension short broke. Get rid of some of this so you can see it. All right, this extension short traded right there perfectly. Target bounced off the target, also ran into support, and then we broke. Yep, broke the extension right there. Bam. Right, so we're looking for this pullback. Not quite there, just hasn't pulled back yet. All right. There we go. Okay, so that's what we're watching. That's why I got that alert set there, just to kind of let me know when it gets down in that area. All right. So there's gold. Okay. Silver's going to look the same, but there's the first pullback after a trend break. There's the first pullback after a trend break. There's a lot of room to the upside on gold. So just being patient, waiting for it to get down in here. All right. Silver, looks almost identical. There we go. There's its big pullback, right? We were in these extension shorts broke, and there's your pullback. Okay, so looking at the same thing. That is Wednesday, 2 p.m. Eastern to highs. Right there. Not there yet. All right, hopefully we can get down there. Hopefully it'll give us that. Right? Hopefully it'll give us that. Okay? All right, so there's gold and silver. Now, the dollar. What a rip, or depending on how you're looking at it, sell off on the dollar. Okay? This is all dollar weakness. This is a big deal. This is a big tailwind behind the precious metals, big tailwind behind the indices. All right? This is DXY. Granted, not the dollar, right? There's just a bunch of different currencies inside of an index, but it can usually give us a easy way to look at dollar strength and weakness most of the time. From our highs on March 30th to our lows here on March 17th, we're ignoring this. This doesn't count. That's a bad print. We have these pullbacks, right? And we slammed into this short. And now we've broken our long from lows. So we've broken the opposing move. So are we going to go straight from dollar strength to dollar weakness? Appears so. All right, so we're going to watch for pullbacks. All right, we're going to watch for pullbacks here. Okay, we'll watch for this, the inverse of this on the euro. Remember, DXY, over 50% of this index is made up of the euro. So that's why it's just easier to look at the euro, and why the euros, or why DXY is so technical, is because the euro is. All right, so we'll watch for that pullback. We could have brief dollar strength back into dollar weakness. All right, dollar yen obviously got hammered earlier, absolutely decimated. We still haven't broken that long though, not quite yet. Okay, this long from halfway back in the year, January 27th to our highs, you can see it's getting bid from there. All right, it's absolutely getting bid from there. If this holds, right, we are, even though it didn't break, we are going to have to watch this next short pullback. So it's got room, right? It does have room for dollar strength. This would be dollar strength. Okay, and then roll back over. We'll have to watch it when it gets up there because it never broke this, but we'll see. Okay, but now on the euro, I took this trade this morning. First time I've had a chance to actually do much intraday. Here's what the euro looks like. All right, here's that larger pullback. All right, that's from March 13th to our highs, April 17th. That's down here. Now, we haven't broken our opposing short yet to confirm our support, right? Because we have to break the short and then we got the target above us. All right. But what we did, remember, this is exactly what we were showing this morning. We've got this short set up. This was gorgeous short, right? Awesome. Okay, targets are down here. All right. And then we're just going down in this series of worker bee moves, right? Just being perfect. Okay, perfect. Profit target, perfect. Next pullback broke. Second record new low. That broke right there. Remember that this morning? That pierced. It broke the short. So what do? We draw the long, right? I mean, you could have made your yearly income off this thing for the past 2 weeks. This thing's just been perfect. All right. So that's the trade I took right there. Absolutely perfect, right? Like, look at this thing. Bang, target, just being awesome, right? Just being absolutely awesome. Okay, so we're just going to continue to trail from these lows. That's all we know right now. Okay, that is Thursday at midnight. Okay, just amazing, right? Just awesome. So we'll continue to trail, right? We'll continue to trail. That'd be the next long right there. All right, see if we can squeeze all the way back up. There we go. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. All right. Okay, any questions? All right. Yes, I do need some padding. I thought one of these days I'm going to show up on this live with a bubble wrap around that thing. All right. Okay, any questions, guys? Anybody? Pretty awesome markets right now. I mean, with everything going on, the VIX is just being a rock star, right? And then pretty much everything, right? We're just waiting for these gold and silver pullbacks, right? Waiting for these gold and silver pullbacks. And on that note, look how our dollar strength and weakness is lining up now. Whoa. Look how this is lining up now with gold and silver. All right, see that pullback? Look at silver. Gold looks the same. See that right there? That pullback, that dollar strength and weakness pullback, right? So lifting off with this dollar weakness could lift us right off of that support level with gold and silver too. Pretty cool. All right. Okay. Any questions, anybody? Any questions, anybody? Everybody good? Hopefully everybody's having a good week. What a muted response, right? Yesterday, I was going to mention that the FOMC meeting and the press conference, did that seem like a really kind of muted market to you guys that have been around a while? Seemed like it was to me. I mean, there was some movement, but it wasn't like kind of what we're used to. I mean, we already know what's coming, but I don't know. I think the market's just numb, right? Between wars and COVID and whatever, straits being closed, dogs and cats living together. Like, I think the market's just numb.
The
right?
AI takeover.
What's that?
The AI takeover.
Yeah, the AI takeover.
Yeah. Like,
aliens are apparently real now. Nobody even mentions that anymore. Everybody's so numb to it.
space stocks are pumping.
Yeah, I think the market is just numb now. It's just brokers have just thrown in the towel and said, just buy it. Just whatever, buy. Right. Giving no advice to anybody. They're just like, we'd like to just buy it. Just whatever. Just I'm done. Just buy. Right. Everybody's so numb to everything. So we'll see. We'll see.
This market can't be killed. It can only be kept down for so long.
Exactly. All right. Okay, everybody good? All right. Yeah, lots of wicks, right, Tamika, but no follow through, right? Just whipsaw, right? Whipsaw up, whipsaw down, whipsaw up, whipsaw down, and then just kind of settle where we started. So back into our uptrend, right? Back into our uptrend. Okay. All right. Thanks, everybody. You guys are the best. I'll be on WAP tomorrow. Tyler, thanks for a great week.
Thank you. I appreciate it, man.
All right. Thanks. Talk to you later, everybody.
See ya. Have a good weekend, man. See you Monday.
All right.
All right, everybody. That is where we're gonna wrap things up for today on Stock Dads TV. I never heard back from Duke, so we're not gonna have Ticker Tinder this afternoon. That's where we are going to close things out. We did get the little pullback here. Zach and I were looking for this little pullback into 27,344.75. We did get that. I do have a little long stab on here, trying a little flag here. We're in profit, so I'll be monitoring that for the rest of the day. Probably for the next hour or so here, but we will be off YouTube tomorrow. If you're part of the Stock Dads Discord, you can join in WAP or in the Discord in the respective live channels. Hope you all had a great week. It's been a good trading week for myself. I hope you guys all had the same. Have a great weekend, everybody. Enjoy some time away from the markets. Have a safe Friday. We love you all. Peace out. Talk to you guys on Monday. Peace. Much